Great, of course, when I come straight on camera, my throat's like, oh boy, time to close. Ugh. Anyways, it's time for the Talos Principle 2. Once I get past this warning. Luckily, I did also, load this up earlier to adjust the settings. So hopefully we don't kill the stream, but we'll see. A prophet has no honor in his own country. John 4:44. I've always felt that a human being could only be saved by another human being. James Baldwin. Initializing firmware. Firmware functional. Loading autonomous programs parameters. Version 1.08 loaded. System check. Passed. Initializing memory banks. Starting autonomous process. Ready. Welcome to Egypt.
Behold, child.
Hi, Elohim again.
From the dust, and you walk in my garden. Hear now my voice, and know that I am your friend.
Sorry about that.
I am called Elohim.
Those rocks are floating. I press shift. These rocks are floating. God damn it. I was expecting jank already, but okay. Hold on. I thought I turned motion blur off. Maybe I turned it back on. Now it's off. Maybe I'm not seeing motion blur. Maybe there's something else I'm seeing. I have no idea. Alrighty. So, wall. Can't go there. Inhibitor. Jammer. Whatever. Close enough. Jam. Ta-da. Puzzle solved. Yep. Box. Escape. Escape. I want out. Tutorial. Probably won't marker the tutorial puzzles. Because they're just tutorial puzzles. Exit's blocked. And as far as the eye can see. This is... okay. Making sure all the settings are correct.
This land is but a dream. You will stay here only for a little while. Soon, you will awaken in a new world. But first, you must undertake the trials of initiation. They will help me prepare your vessel.
Okay, a bit of a different plot from the first game. I like it so far. Stuff over there. This requires puzzle pieces. Yeah, I don't have those. So does this one. So we have yellow, red. Let me guess, green? I was right. Green. The 3 green pieces. And the 3 green puzzles. Cubic steps. Hold X to reset. What I should do... I feel like 3 times speed of me solving. I'm trying to figure out how I do this in editing. Because I didn't think it through. Anyways, next. Well, that's how you solve that puzzle.
My child.
Thanks, Elohim. Fencing. Like there should be something here. Bird telepathy is fucked. Place it close enough. Well, that's how you solve that puzzle, but what are the steps down here? Huh. Interesting. I can do the thing. Aw, I'm kidding, I knew that would happen. Okay, within reach. Ah, yep, won't let me, but I can do this. That's that
The
puzzle.
shapes you are collecting are not mere toys. They are symbols of the process by which our people were created.
Actually, I don't know if I should be able to see through that. Kinda jank. Like, this vertical one seems more reasonable than a horizontal one, but... Anyway, time to play Tetris. That's that solution. Alright, now let's go with this puzzle. Windy Day.
Very good.
Easy enough. Plants look weird, especially that one right there. Granted, I know this is just the beginning part. These are going to get more complicated. They did in the fucking original Talos Principle. Static pressure. You need something to hold the button down. I noticed that the original game loved secrets in places. That's another puzzle. This is on, so we can't go in there. We have to turn this on to get a block. Lever. With a beam. There we go. And I would just come in here, grab the piece. There's nothing hiding around in here. Whoosh. Just a puzzle in this section. Versatile contraption. Secrets hiding in places. What's over here? Hit jam.
You may linger in my garden for as long as you wish.
Shut up,
But
Elohim.
remember, my child, that the new world awaits you, and this place is only a dream.
Shut up, Elohim. I'm trying to figure it out. It's like, I got this part, but maybe it's also wrong. Like, I need to be able to get over here. But, This is stuck in here, unless I find a way to jam it, because I can't walk through this, can I? No, that's not a walkable one. Wait, I'm confusing things. This. That's my problem. I confused a thing for a different thing. See, sometimes I am just an idiot. And then simple exit. Always the best part about these puzzles. It's like, oh, you solved it. Here's a quick way back. Time for more Tetris. Oh, that's the red one. Yellow. How do you do that
I
one?
am proud of all my children. Out of a world of ruins, they have built a new Jerusalem. And there your brothers and sisters await you to celebrate your birth.
That's weird, man. Fundamental connections. I believe that's that door. Let me guess. Yes. Yeah. Pretty simple. Beginning area, of course it's simple. Look, I was stupid earlier. Prismatic diffraction. Okay, so we have that going exit. What do we all have here? That's this door. That's the other puzzle. Find a spot right here. Don't need that, but we can power all three from here. Actually, you do need that. The door opens. Again, I'm trying to make sure there's no secrets anywhere, because in the last game there were stars. There's stars you could find. I don't know if it's the same here, but... Destructive interference. This gives me another one of these. It lagged the second I picked it up and fell in the water. Alright, that's this puzzle. I assume there's probably a way to do this without needing the third one, but we can come back for achievements if we want them. Two colors, two doors. It's the winning, yep. Here's the red beam. Lock. Oh, I see. Maybe. Okay, there's another one here. Let's see this. Well, that's the answer. Grab the box. Place it here. Let's solve this. It's just a matter of positioning. There we go. Right. Solved. Drink. Ascension awaits. Yeah, I wonder what the solution is, and I barely stepped into this. Eating concepts. And it's time to go.
I have finished preparing your vessel. Now hear my advice. A new world awaits you, full of dangers and mysteries, signs and wonders. Things that I, in my garden, could never have imagined. In that world, you will have to be careful and smart and curious. But above all else, you will have to be human.
Interesting. I'm wondering what the plot here is. I forget the original plot of the Talos Principle, but I'm sure the internet could tell me if I really want to look it up. Right, that's right. What QR code?
Do not be afraid of these dream figures and their messages. They are merely aspects of yourself, as am I, after a fashion.
Fashion. What does that mean in this context? Words are hard.
Step into the light, child.
Let me read.
Awaken.
Whatever happens, we're in it together. Lilith. Okay. Finish the calibration process. That's our achievement. Loading. Hello, HAL 9000.
Ah, you're awake.
Oh god, there's another one.
Welcome to the world of the living. Oh, you're polite. What a rare combination of traits. If only
Freaky.
the algorithm produced more people like you. Oh, but I'm confusing you. Don't worry, everyone is confused at first. You see, we all start out without a full knowledge of our own history, so we have the freedom to form our own opinions. Of course. You want the short version or the long version?
I'm tempted to pick this one, but let's go for the long version.
So, a long time ago, our ancestors dominated this planet. We call ourselves humans like they did, but they were organic. They built an advanced technological civilization, but unfortunately, their impact on the ecosphere caused changes in the climate, and an extremely contagious virus was released from the permafrost. That's something our historians still debate. Why did they invest so many resources into making war, and so few into useful research? But no matter the reason, in the end, they simply ran out of time. A team led by a scientist called Alexandra Drennan began a project that was intended to create, well, us. But knowing that there wasn't enough time, Drennan initiated a process, a series of iterations inside a simulation that would lead to the emergence of true artificial intelligence. It did. Long after our ancestors died out, the first new human was born. We call her the Founder, although the name she took was Athena. She then created more of us, using the tools left behind by Drennan's team. Eventually, they started building the city of New Jerusalem. Before the Founder vanished, she set a goal for this city. We call it The Goal, capital G and all. To make 1,000 new humans, and so complete New Jerusalem. Oh, it was difficult, especially after she left us. But after a millennium or so, we finally succeeded. And that's you. You're number 1,000.
Yeah, I think that covers the basics. I should have been reading these to begin with. Oops.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask them. When you're done, head outside. They're waiting for you. Your birth is quite the event.
What happened to the Founder?
No one really knows.
Oh, great.
At first, she was closely involved with everything that happened in the city. But gradually, she became more distant. And one day, she simply vanished. That was centuries ago.
Interesting. Yeah, who is Elohim? He spoke to me in my dreams.
He was the caretaker of the simulation that created the Founder. When the simulation was completed, he became part of all of us. You will hear him whenever you enter sleep mode. Nothing to worry about, really.
Okay, so I think creating the Founder was Talos Principle 1, then. Are there going to be more humans after me?
You've only just been born, and already you step right into a major controversy.
Oh, great.
The goal, as most people understand it, was fulfilled the moment you were born. Now, New Jerusalem is complete, and we can live in balance, without damaging the world like our ancestors did. That's the orthodox view, I suppose, but there are many who disagree. You'll have to figure out where you stand for yourself.
So, am I immortal?
You won't age like our ancestors did, but of course, there is always some wear and tear. You should probably schedule a checkup every decade or so. Oh, and be a bit careful with water. You won't die if it rains or anything, but we're running low on insulation material. I wouldn't go swimming if I were you.
I think they could make more with the fact that I'm another robot, but tell me about yourself.
Me? Well, as you can tell by my number, I'm quite old. I wasn't one of the first companions, but I did know Athena personally. She and Cornelius taught me a lot. Although I suppose I've made a few improvements here and there since those days. We didn't have a lot to work with in the beginning.
You know that your job is obsolete.
I haven't really thought about it. This is all I've done for the last few centuries, and I like doing it. I guess for now I'll just take a break, and we'll see what happens.
Mood, honestly, I'm ready to get going.
Oh, one more thing.
Yes.
Like all citizens of New Jerusalem, you have access to the interface, which you can use to read the news, chat to your fellow citizens, and so on. It's a crucial tool, and modular too. You can easily add new functions. Just don't subscribe to too many newsletters at once.
Subscribing to them all. Welcome to New Jerusalem social media. Please familiarize yourself with the following rules. Treat everyone with respect, regardless of their number. Don't take the founder's name in vain. Respect the principles of the goal. The Are Frogs People discussion is now banned. What? Inactive threads will be archived. If you have any issues, please ping the moderators Jeremy 832, Neon 11, Aronox 430. Okay. Log. That's just everything we talked about. Okay. That's it. I assume that means no talking. Looking for shit to interface with. Okay, hello. I wish I could crouch. Levels. My head just passed through that. Maybe not. Alright, well, it's this way. Well, open, right, left. This is a reconstruction of the chamber of the first companions, where the first companions rested until the founder awoke them. The original chamber was disassembled in the early days of New Jerusalem. Okay, sleeping pods. Say no to bugs. We'll actually be able to go in here. We could and we should. Necessarily.
Look, it's 1K.
Hey,
1K, welcome to New Jerusalem.
Shouldn't the mayor be starting his speech?
This should be interesting.
At least give him a chance.
Dear citizens of New Jerusalem, many years ago, when the Founder stepped forth from the simulation, this was a land of ruins. Our ancestors, in their hubris, undermined the natural foundations on which their world had been built. Because of their arrogance, our species found itself on the brink of annihilation. The Founder aimed to set us on a new course.
You never even met the Founder.
Her vision was of a city, a new civilization that would know its limits. It would not repeat the mistakes of the past, nor impose its will on this earth. To that end, she set the great goal we have been striving towards. 1,000 new humans. And today we have... Oh dear, what's that?
God damn is that?
People of New Jerusalem, I am Prometheus, and I will reveal that which was hidden. The flame has awoken and summons you. Who is brave enough to answer its call? We await you upon our island where... Curse you, Pandora. You will not chain me again.
Prologue. Brave New World. This got really interesting really fast. We already on a tram. I can look around. Oh, I remember
I
this.
told you we should have investigated those energy readings. And I told him there's something up with those structures.
The mayor's just being cautious.
This isn't caution, it's stagnation. Exploration? Too dangerous. Expansion? Too dangerous. We barely even scavenge anymore.
You call it stagnation, I call it balance.
And I call you an idiot.
Here's a thought. Try to be a little more diplomatic when you talk to the mayor.
See what I'm working with here, 1K? I'm gonna need a fresh pair of eyes on this expedition. Someone who hasn't spent several centuries hearing about the goal and the Founder and all that nonsense. If you're up for an adventure, meet us at the conference room.
This is certainly interesting. It's not the path I expected this game to take, but I am liking it so far. I can't move. Attend briefing. All the way up there. Wait, why are you guys going that way? Dicks. Josephus. I should not be allowed to read. Can I talk to you? No. Be humble, recognize the limits. We are not above nature.
What's broken now?
Talk now. Oh. Josephus. Secrets. Oh, hey, this is an elevator. Oh, God, my eyes. Oh. Why am I getting motion sick? Why do I feel like I'm actually going up in an elevator?
listen up. I know you're all having fun down there, but the grid is overloaded again, so maybe you could switch off your personal consoles or your lawn mowers, or whatever the hell you've all decided to switch on all at once. I might not be around to babysit you for a while, and you don't want stuff breaking while Pellegrino's in charge, do you? That's it. That's it. Don't worry, 1K. I see you there in the elevator. I'll have you moving again in a jiffy. Great way to start life in the city, huh?
Thanks, Melville.
What the hell is a jiffy? These bloody language libraries.
Yeah, jiffy, like 1/200th of a second. Yep, take away my camera. New content available. What was that? Seriously, what the founder was that thing in the sky? We all saw that, right? I didn't accidentally turn on sleep mode while Herman was talking, did I? I mean, it's always tempting. Oh, we saw it. Can confirm. I believe it was a sign from the founder. What else could it be on this day of all days? Okay, preparing for a sign. It didn't even finish whatever it was trying to say. What does the founder... What? Does the founder have energy insufficiency problems too? The founder works in mysterious ways. I don't think this has anything to do with the founder. Out of the mouths of babes. How could such a remarkable display of unimagined power not be a sign? Well, a sign from who? The founder? This doesn't feel like the founder to me. Something, but not necessarily the founder. Sounds reasonable enough to me. Something weird is going on for sure, but what? We'll have to see. Riddles and puzzles are the foundation of our journey. So it begins, perhaps it will continue. End of thread. What, I can't just say anything else? Philosophy. This is going to be a fun one. Ah, locked doors. Let's talk about the philosophy of locking your doors. No. Be constant. Remember the goal. Perfection is unchanging. Read that one already. Oh, hi, can I talk to you? Oh,
Hey, hold on there.
Okay, Doge.
You're the newbie, aren't ya? Number 1000. I figured the dam would go dry before we reach the goal. I have a question. How does it feel to you to be born with a randomized psyche into a society of autonomous thinking machines which so much resemble their long-extinct ancestors, they've decided it's best that you're the last one ever made?
Why are you Australian, for one? And I'm going to go with this one. It makes me feel and then be interrupted. Oh no. Makes me feel confused.
Why?
We seem to share our ancestors' skill for using our brains to delay our problems.
It's kind of frowned on to say that sort of thing around here. But the truth is, I think exactly the same. But let's you and I keep that between us, alright?
Whatever you say, Satan.
Now listen, this meeting isn't strictly happenstance. I have some friends. The kind of people who like to know what's going on with other people. They think you can help each other out.
I know this is like political bullshit, but I feel like that's the whole point of this game, so I'm curious to meet these people.
Of course you are. You know how to use the interface, right?
Yeah.
I'll talk to my friends and see if I can't play matchmaker.
Good
And
to me.
before you go, a word of advice. Not everything around here is how it appears.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, thanks, Satan.
Welcome. Do please join us at the table.
Katraz, Armimus, Brian, Brian, I'm the Yaquit? I have no idea how to pronounce anything.
I would like to preface this meeting by saying I told you something would happen sooner or later, and you didn't listen to me. And here we are.
If we could focus on the issue at hand.
The issue at hand is not this one thing, but this entire attitude that's taken hold. The world doesn't cease to exist when you stick your head in the sand, Herman. Or under a dome, as it were.
Let's not get sidetracked. We're here to solve this puzzle, not to discuss philosophy.
Anyone fill me in on what's going on?
Of course. I'm sorry you've been dragged into this. I'm sure this sort of adventure is the last thing you were looking for on your first day.
It's a little much, but I'd like to know more.
Very well. Yakut, if you would.
All right, here we go. Nice to meet you, by the way, 1K. We first became aware of the site designated TTP-2 during a scouting expedition about 6 months ago. It's a large island with a remarkably varied geography, and it looks like there are several artificial structures of some kind. We recorded extremely unusual fluctuating energy readings from somewhere in the middle of the island, but couldn't really make sense of them. I wanted to go and have a closer look, but the decision was made that it was too far and not relevant to the goal. Now it looks like whatever's on that island has reached out to us instead, in the form of that projection.
We may not be interested in the island, but the island is definitely interested in us.
Sounds like a mystery worth investigating, because what the fuck was that?
I don't share your enthusiasm for the unexpected, but Byron has been requesting an expedition for some time now. And at this point, I'm forced to agree that it's necessary.
I agree.
Then it's settled. The expedition is approved. Byron, you will be in charge. Al will be your second in command to ensure a balanced approach. You'll take Melville and Yakut as you requested, and if 1K wants to join you, that's fine by me.
Excellent. Oh, this is going to be fun. Come meet us out on the landing pad when you're ready.
Before you set out so hastily, do consider exploring the city first. It is your home, after all.
That's a good idea. Have a look around. See what you make of the place.
Go explore for a bit. But also, I have a question. Like, everybody has numbers on their chest. Does ours say 1K, or is it actually 1,000 in full numbers? Because if it's 1K, that means something more than just 1,000, I feel. Anyways, let's go explore. That's the elevator. This guy wants to talk. Jeremy.
Hello, 1K. This expedition is taking a lot of our resources. I'm really not sure it's a good idea. But what's done is done. So I have a lot of work to get on with.
Walk up to someone. What do you want? What do you do around here?
All the things no one else wants to do.
That's also a
Polling
mood.
the citizenry, implementing new policies, recording decisions, fielding questions people could answer elsewhere.
Who are you?
I'm
What?
the mayor's chief aide.
Okay. What do you think about what's happened recently?
Our goal as custodians of New Jerusalem is survival and stability. Our ancestors proved human civilization is precarious. This apparition in the sky, and now your expedition to its supposed source, these are more precarious than stable. I don't like it.
Fair enough. I don't want to know your opinion. I don't know you enough to ask that question. Thanks, I won't keep you any longer. Away. Why not ask all the questions? I kinda don't want to, and this is how I want to play this game. Now I sprint everywhere I go. I'm that guy. Is there a way to speed this up?
Attention all citizens. Due to the new power management and distribution plan, there will be scheduled outages on Jameson Avenue and Rakovsky Plaza. The Gehenna Memorial Pavilion will remain closed for the time being. Thank you, and may the Founder be with you.
Protesters. Found our petition for public referendum. New Jerusalem needs new forms of energy generation. Yeah. Damien.
Hello, 1K. Welcome to New Jerusalem. I know you've just had a big moment with the apparition at the dam and all that, but can I have a second of your time?
Yeah, bro. Sure, go ahead.
I'm collecting signatures to call for a public referendum on the city's energy crisis.
What's the problem, man?
Currently, the city runs on hydroelectric power from the dam, plus a handful of geriatric generators and some unreliable solar panels, none of which is enough to even cover our basic needs. And if anything fails, we'll be on the brink of extinction in a matter of days.
What do you propose?
We need to investigate new sources of reliable baseline power. We need to invest time and resources into functional, real-world solutions that serve human needs.
By referendum and not an election. You work at the dam? What do you make of Prometheus?
Byron's been advocating exploring that island for some time, and obviously he's right. Something very strange is going on there, and it's gonna start affecting us.
Good point. Do you work at the dam?
No, I help run the public transit system, but I witness the impact of the city's power problems every day. We can't just wish them away.
Yeah, I don't see why asking him if he works at the dam is relevant. Like, unless he knows something about the dam. Anyway, why not ask him this?
An election would be good too, but I believe that we need more direct democratic control over the affairs of the city.
That's fair. Tell me more about Byron.
In all honesty, I think Byron is the smartest, most visionary person in this city. He's everything we need, and I don't understand why he won't run for mayor.
This reminds me of something in like Greek philosophy. Plus, you're biased, but I'm signing.
Thanks, 1K. I don't know if this petition will really accomplish anything by itself, but at this point, I'm willing to try anything.
That's fair. Good luck with everything. It's just a massive place, probably. Here we go before I get a copyright strike. Does everyone just... Can I just talk to people? No. Hi. God, this place is massive. Memorial Pavilion, Friends of New Jerusalem, Gazebo, Museum of the Simulation. Yo, what? Dear citizens of New Jerusalem, your hard work and faith in the founders' research has finally paid off. At long last, goal established so long ago finally reached. The 1,000th member of our family will be born. A beautiful new city finally complete. As space at the dam is limited, tickets will be made available via a lottery system. The celebration will also be streamed. Looking forward to playing the winners of the biannual Game Memorial Interactive Fiction Exposition now in its 312th edition at the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Unfortunately, due to our new power management and distribution plan, the pavilion will have to remain closed a little longer. Thank you for your patience. Next adventures, research. This is a test, please ignore. No. so this is just condensed information. Maintain the ideals. Prioritize the well-being of the expedition members over mission completion. One expedition member to stay by the vehicle at all times. Expedition leaders should refrain from participating in high-risk activities. Minimize vehicle use to conserve fuel. Prioritize observations over interference. In case of emergency, return to New Jerusalem at once. Okay. No, I want to explore the city, but maybe we can explore it later. Because this looks like a fucking massive place that I just do not want to spend stream looking at. I'd rather go solve puzzles and be laughed at by chat, because I'm stupid. Up we go. Yeah, because just look at this. I didn't even cross the bridge. Go there. Go over there. There's probably a good amount of stuff. Also, probably also just stuff locked off for now, so let's just go join the expedition. I provided a signature. Oh hey, you're the mayor guy, aren't you? Yeah.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What's their vision for the future?
I believe we can exist quietly, happily, without imposing ourselves on this world, finding meaning within ourselves and in the natural miracles that surround us.
How are you going to do that if you don't go anywhere? How do you decide to become involved in politics?
It was a time of great uncertainty. The founder had left us, and our society was at a crossroads. History teaches us that during such times, terrible passions may seize the people. Madness, anger, revolution, civil war. Our fragile city could not afford such things. That is why the founder gave us the goal. A path to equilibrium, not only for the planet, but for ourselves. I merely picked up where she left off.
How do you feel about Byron?
He is one of the first companions, and as such has done more for our city than you or I ever will. I simply wish he could be more reasonable.
I have to go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
So, what's the verdict? Are we going?
This is an opportunity we can't pass up.
I guess Byron was pretty convincing, hmm? Well, we'll see. I just wonder how much of the city is going to fall apart while I'm gone.
You're maintenance, aren't you?
We haven't been formally introduced. I'm Melville, New Jerusalem's only decent engineer.
Mood.
Saved you from the elevator.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, people call me 1K.
Pleasure. Now let's get this show on the road.
Yeah!
You ready to go?
Yep. Automatic. Embark on the expedition. Hooray.
Here we go. Hold on to your hats.
We don't have
We
hats.
really need to update those language libraries.
Thanks for coming along, everyone. We have a chance to make a real difference here. It's not just about what we find on that island. It's about who we want to be as a people, as a civilization. To remind ourselves that we used to be wanderers, explorers. We used to yearn for distant shores and dream of building new cities. Let's see if we can rekindle that flame a little.
All right, this is going to be a long journey, so I would like to ask you to switch to sleep mode to conserve power until we arrive at the island.
Nighty-night.
Good night.
You have chosen a dangerous path. A path that will demand sacrifice. But that, my child, is how the future is built.
It's honestly right.
Wakey, wakey, robot people. Say goodbye to Elohim and say hello to the mysterious island.
Status report, please.
We hit some headwinds over the ocean, so fuel consumption turned out a bit higher than expected, but we should be okay. We're approaching the center of the island now. This should be the location of the largest of the artificial structures we detected.
How large are we talking? Do we have precise measurements?
It should be coming into view just about... Whoa. It's big.
Oh dear.
Say that again.
That is a bloody megastructure. If I had a spine, it'd be shivering.
Think down.
I knew this would be exciting. Yakut, find us a place to set down.
On it.
It really is incredible.
Remember to turn on streaming, everyone?
Have I ever mentioned that I hate flying? If our creators had intended us to fly, they'd have given us jetpacks.
And... touchdown.
Voice in the Wilderness, Act 1.
All right, everybody. I'm sure you're all just as excited as I am, but let's at least have some semblance of order. Yakut, I want a map of the island and a molecular analysis of, well, everything. Melville, tell me what the giant pyramid does. The rest of us will start exploring.
Shouldn't the expedition leader stay at the VTOL?
Why do you hate fun, Al?
I don't hate fun. I'm just mildly suspicious of it.
Excellent. Then we can all go.
Oh, our compass. What is that up there? Well, let's go. This is so not the direction I thought this game was going to be. I thought it was going to be more like Talos Principle 1, but this has... It's just different. Oh, there's stairs. You have dialogue now that you're out here? Or will you have dialogue? You might have dialogue when you reach wherever you're going. Green.
This underground structure seems to be part of some kind of transport system. No power, though.
I'm not making any promises, but I might be able to fix the transport system. However, I don't like just randomly poking at things. That's how you get electrocuted. So please check the surrounding structures to see if you can find anything that might help me make sense of this stuff. Schematics, blueprints, a manual would be great.
Always read the manual, kids. Is this? This is it.
Golden gates. I wonder what's behind those. Has to be something special, right?
You know what would be special? An explanation.
Okay. Stay away from water. Pretty sure we could climb this if we really wanted, but... Yeah, this is going to be an annoying one to edit. I thought this was going to be like more instantly into the puzzles rather than just the tutorial area. Left.
This seems different from the other structures. Older.
Have a look around, 1K.
Then too. That glitched. I don't know if that's just our vision or... What do you mean there's no valve puzzle? No. Okay, a Fallout-esque generator.
Looks like they were running some sort of experiment here.
Beans. That pattern looks familiar to me. Something to do with frequencies, a metal plate, and some rice. What is this? Blue, green, red. Oh, I see. That's going to be a puzzle piece. Oh, let's download the schematics. That's Principle 2A. On the universe. A fragment from Stratons on the universe. God, these names. Amitius. I grant you then that man is indeed like Talos and cannot escape his material nature despite the claims of Metaphysics 4, as you have many times said. Nicomachus. Too many, perhaps. Straton. Repetition is the mother of teaching, at least when the students are hard-headed. But what does this tell us about the nature of the universe, which is what we were discussing? That is the next question we must undertake to answer. We begin with the self, because that is what determines our existence as individuals, but the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos, so now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world, and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? If so, what follows from that fact? Use of the term metaphysics in this context is likely an error introduced in the Teraboids Noid manuscript. The fragmentary Harkalon manuscript conversely uses superstitions instead. Okay. Nomus Project. Trials, numbers, version. Power grid 2 unstable. Okay. Schematics. Downloading. Sending the schematics over to Melville.
Thanks, 1K.
You're welcome.
Let's see what we've got here. The file format is the same one we use in New Jerusalem, although some parts aren't loading correctly. And it crashed. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. You know what? I'll hack together a solution for the transport system.
Turn to the station, but what if I don't want to? Yes, there was another structure over here. Building. Base camp. Wasn't entirely sure what to call this. Looks like a temple, sort of. Astronomy themed? Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I do that. It doesn't seem to be active in any way, but I can't help think that the design implies some kind of significance, like it's hiding a secret, but again, maybe my imagination is getting the better of me. Yeah, this building. There's people.
That sort of looks like a temple.
Yeah, it does. Puzzles to be solved at some point. around for a bit, seeing if I can't find anything else, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're just gonna be blocked off by water. Water or cliffside. Didn't Byron go off in a different... Also, what's this? Oh, these are transformers. This is the power station. That was the sound of a tree cracking. That just leads back up to the temple. Flip side, where if we go down, we're probably fucked. Me sprinting is just having everything load in because I turned the settings on low because I wasn't sure how well my system would actually run this game at good settings and streaming. Byron went down this way. Here he is. Nothing to say. Okay. Well, down to the thing. Oh. Prometheus. Fuck is that?
Am I in sleep mode, or did that thing just materialize out of thin air?
Melville, I want an analysis of that particle cloud.
On it. Anyone got a butterfly net?
We can't get over there right now. I have a feeling that always existed, but it's just now been revealed to us. Alright, let's go down. Capsule, you got anything to say? Nope. Alright. Bye, fucko.
I'm connecting the transport system to our interface. Hold
Great.
on.
Well. Main puzzles, lost puzzles, gold puzzles, lost labs, and 2 stars. Okay. Travel to East 1. Oh, here we go.
Where's the capsule taking 1K?
To that enclosed area in the eastern lowlands. I put all the information we have on the map screen. Check out your interface.
Thanks. Sorry, my bad.
We'll catch up with you soon, 1K.
Explore the area.
This place is magnificent. Look at that tower. I wonder what it's for.
I feel like it was. Who knows? Are those? No, those are robots. This has happened before, hasn't it? Huh. Okay. Okay, that... I get it's supposed to be ambiance, but... 1, 2. I assume, yep, puzzle number 1. Alright. RGB shifting.
Is that a puzzle?
Why would there be a puzzle?
Let's solve it and find out.
Maybe he gets it.
1K, go ahead.
I have a reoccurring nightmare just like this.
RGB converter.
That device was not in the simulation.
Okay, so you need the... Alright. Box. Drop box. Oh wait. 2 in, 1 out. I thought that was a thing. Alright. Simple enough. Use progress wheel.
Whoa, I'm reading an enormous energy spike.
It's another particle cloud.
Keep going.
It's headed for the lake.
And I'm walled off.
I think the cloud's been absorbed by some sort of device.
Fascinating.
Gate.
Yeah. I'll add it to the pile of weird stuff.
Well, I don't see any secrets around here. I'm going to go mad looking for those secrets, aren't I? But puzzle number 2. And secrets. Reconnection. This is the reset switch. Use Prometheus terminal. I assume that's a reset switch. You have no tokens. You are not alone in your quest for the light. Find one of my sparks and I will free fire hidden within this labyrinth. That...
Prometheus has given us a way to circumvent some of these puzzles.
Okay, it's puzzles.
So each puzzle has a backdoor. I guess the mythological Prometheus was kind of a trickster, so that tracks.
So yes. We'll be able to follow this one. That one's going to go in the same, this gate hole, over at the actual gate. The content of it, where did that... Oh, it's blue. Oh, there it is.
I've been playing around with this machine that absorbs the particle clouds. As far as I can tell, it uses the energy of the particles to build giant tetrominos?
Excuse me?
Oh,
It's another puzzle. Collect enough energy, build a bridge, access the tower. I think.
What is this? A theme park?
Maybe it's an experiment. A rat maze.
It seems like an echo of the simulation. Not a deliberate recreation, but built around the same core principles. Let's not jump to conclusions, though. What's clear is that this place was meant to be explored. So let's do that.
On it. Alright. Device that builds Tetromino Bridge. Open media. That's 1K like. Anyone met 1K by the founder's Pistons? I hope he's interested in mechanical engineering or something. We definitely need more people to keep the city functional. We don't have to rely on Melville to repair stuff that Pellegrino fixes. Hi! Remember when you fixed the doors in the mayor office? How long was Herman stuck in there? You trapped one mayor in his office for a week and you're marked for life. I hope he's an artist. What we really need is new stories, new ideas to lift our spirits. You know, if we just kept growing, we wouldn't need to worry about this. We wouldn't have to imprison poor 1K in a cage of expectations. 1K will be whatever the progenitor intended him to be, and whatever the founder foresaw when she established the goal. He's polite and inquisitive, which is a very fine start. I don't know who I want to be. I want to explore. I don't see a contradiction between engineering and art. I'm sure the founder's intent will reveal itself in time. But do consider engineering. Do. What? End of thread. This should be fun. I feel like there's a secret somewhere down here since we could come down here. Frogs again. Infinitely spawning frogs. What's up here? Place is just massive, isn't it?
Interesting monument. Decorative for another puzzle.
Nope, that's another puzzle. I gotta get a green to that box. I just gotta find the puzzle where I can make a green to go to that box. This game's gonna take us so fucking long, both because I think it's massive and I'm just an idiot. Blue triangle. Hello. Interconnectivity.
It's strange that some of these puzzles seem disconnected from the rest. Like it's all unfinished.
Or still evolving.
Well, I only have red at my disposal right now. Red, blue makes green, but I would need... Let's do this. Right. What I need is blue over here and green over here. this up. Now the issue is beam crossing. Initially wrong, because it is. Yeah, that's what's wrong here. There we go. And that is a puzzle solved. That's 3.
1K. Let's see where it leads.
This one was an extra puzzle, which is interesting. Interface content. Resembling those in simulation and in our booting sequence. Completing a puzzle releases particle cloud. Titles hijacking the Shujil code. Some puzzles seem disconnected from the rest. Functional would be used to power the bridge device, which means it should be possible to reach the tower without solving every main puzzle, but they don't seem to be properly integrated. They be remnants from a previous iteration of the design. Interesting. Also, what was... Okay, that's all the notes we find.
I
Okay.
ran the samples I collected so far. The soil sample results are in line with what would be expected in this type of environment. The samples from the above-ground structures, though, I tried dating them, but the results just don't make sense. None of the typical molecular markers are present. These walls could have been made 10,000 years ago or yesterday. I could try to estimate an age based on erosion and plant growth, but I'm not sure that would make sense given how weird everything else is.
Good work, Yakut. Keep at it.
Okay. Weird, but interesting. Self-sufficiency. Okay, a combiner in there. Red light to a fan. The issue is I can't pick anything up right now. This remove does. I think that just powers the door itself. Just because that's busted doesn't mean anything. I exist. Sometimes you have to remember you are a part of the puzzle as well. You can go up here. Go looking around that green area, green cube, but that's another puzzle done. No, permission to share your personal data. One caveman, New Jerusalem, if you remember. I spoke to my friends. The whole mysterious island expedition thing has the city a bit on edge. They have some questions for you before I make any introductions. Do you consent to my gathering and sharing your personal data? Wait, what am I signing up to? Look, my friends just want some assurance that you're the right kind of person. If you want to know what's really going on, you'll have to play along. You can back out at any time, but if you don't engage with the process, then, well, you won't get to engage with the process at all. It's up to you. Alright, Satan, I'll play your games. I consent. Good choice. There's 6 questions. Standards, vetting procedure. You'll get the best results if you answer whichever is most true to you. Question 1. Which is more important for making good decision? Compassion or knowledge? Knowledge. Thank you. Question 2. Is it ever okay to lie or misdirect in order to keep a secret? Yes, lying can be okay. You, my friends, will be most interested in this particular answer. Question 3. When people do wrong, do they deserve to be punished for it beyond what is necessary for our own protection? Yes, bad behavior deserves to be punished. No, no one deserves to suffer unnecessarily. No one deserves to suffer unnecessarily. That one's controversial. I'm glad it's not me that's to answer these. Question 4. Now it gets metaphysical. In your opinion, can the world be reduced to mechanical parts, or is the existence just weirder than we'll ever really know? The universe is reducible to basic universal laws. Just because it can be reduced doesn't mean we'll ever understand it. Well, I'm glad you understood that question. It's all Greek to me. Question 5. Can things really change for the better, or good, or do good times and bad just come around in cycles? Eventually change is for the better is always followed by change for the worse. Human progress shows things can get better and stay that way. I feel like both of these are true. Here we go with That's a False Dilemma. Difficult to translate our infinite reality into binary language. Nonetheless, I suggest if you have any natural inclination towards either idea, you'll answer that way, even if it's not strictly correct. But if you insist, I'll communicate your apathy towards my companions. Not apathy. But if I had to choose one of these, human progress shows things can get better and stay that way. Got it. I don't know if that one was metaphysics or politics. Both. But good for you for giving it a shot. Final question. Which is more important to the success of civilization? To respect the lessons of our past, or to rewrite the rules for our future? Now that is a good question. We should not let our future be defined by our pasts. Thank you. We're all done here. Hold on, I've got one last minute addition. It's a weird one. I know who this came from. Alright, question 7. Can praying for something make it more likely to come true? I feel like this question is too vague. But in their own ways. Yes, prayer can make things come true. Noted. That's everything I need. I'll look forward to your I'll forward my answers to your friends. I'll let you know if any of them are interested in taking things further. Interesting. Incredible structure. Well, 7 is done. 3 is that way. It's to the left. What is this? I can jump, but can I vault? Nope, can't get up that. Does this have anything on its sides? Ugh! Oh, I fell off a cliff. No, okay. Direction is 3. It says to the left here, but I don't have to do this all in order. God damn it. Part of me wishes I've been capping the jank, but what is in this direction? Oh, that. Yeah, I have to keep my eye out for that. So it's a puzzle that's over there that gives that. Huh. Weird. And again, the frog. This game has more jank than I thought it would. No, you're directing me that way, but fuck that. These platforms. Flower. Puzzle 6. Let's do puzzle 6. Alternatives. That one was oddly simple. Oh, group call.
I have good news and I have bad news.
Okay.
Still no idea what those particle clouds are, but I've managed to fix the transport system.
Wait.
I mean, I've fixed another bit of it. Well, it goes to one more station now. Don't complain. 2 stations are better than none.
He's right. I wonder what's waiting for us there.
Whatever it is, we better be careful.
Good point.
The sheer amount of power required to run this place makes me nervous just to think about it.
Let's not make any assumptions. Yakut, what does the next site look like?
It's a plateau in the mountains. Seems like more of an open area with scattered structures, less enclosed. Couldn't tell much from the drone feed. There's a lot of trees. Looks pretty though.
Okay. Keep exploring, everyone, but stay alert.
Makes me wonder if there's going to be enemies. Well, that's 6. Missing a secret, whatever this gate is. 3, 4, 5, and 8. Let's see what the secret is. Gives us a question mark. Let's see what's over here. The walkway. The angles are right for that. Five in here to the left? Yes, yes it is. Question mark. Connecting. Trevor 1. Trevor. The life of Trevor. Trevor Percival Donovan. Known to his friends simply as Trev, never as Percy. Was part of the extended lifespan project that formed the backbone of the simulation and the archive. He helped put together the hardware that made all of us possible. Like Alexandra Dreamin, he left behind a series of messages to the future, but unlike Alexandria Dreamin, or Arkady Chernyshevetsky, he was forgotten. Not one building or street in New Jerusalem is named after him. I dug up his files from the archive, and I've been thinking about them a lot.
So I heard that Alexandra is recording these time capsules for you out there, I guess? Robot people of the future. Hi.
Hi.
And I thought to myself, surely they'll want to hear more than the wisdom and insight of a brilliant scientist like Alexandra Drennan. Surely they also want to know what I was thinking. A dumbass hardware engineer from Staten Island. Tell us about your insights, Trevor. Why did you spend your last months on Earth helping a crazy old Russian guy build the world's biggest backup drive? Well, let me tell you my story. When I was... Yes, Frank. I'm recording right now. Uh-huh. No. You know what? Why don't you go...
Alright, let's go into number 5 here then. Glad there's comedy in here. Through the door. Hints. Okay. Just because it makes sense. Over here. This is held open by a jammer. Over here. I have a mixer. Question. No. Thing is, placing it here doesn't fit. Doing that does.
That was well observed, 1K.
Thank you, Al. Well, this is blue. These bios have already been freed. Seek the light elsewhere. Restart puzzle. Okay. Hey! Byron.
Tell me, what did you make of New Jerusalem?
It was a big place. It's bigger than I thought it would be. It's lovely. Feels like a museum. Beautiful but decaying. It's falling apart, man. It's bigger than I thought it would be.
It does look very grand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We had such ambitions in the beginning, but if you look closely, you'll notice the cracks. The
Exactly.
places where it's all starting to fray. We've lost faith in ourselves, in our humanity. All we need to do now is finish that dome and we'll be trapped in our perfectly neat little tomb.
I want to ask you a question.
Of course, ask away.
What do you think of the megastructure?
It's a mystery. Not just because it's technologically far ahead of us, but because we genuinely don't understand its purpose. And I think that's wonderful. It's just what we needed as a civilization.
The role of puzzles in our culture.
When Alexandra Drennan was trying to find a way of creating true AI, she stumbled upon the idea that curiosity and playfulness are core characteristics of intelligence. So she built the simulation around a game, because playing is part of what makes us human. We also retain some of that code, as I'm sure you noticed when you were booting up. Because of that, puzzles have always been important to our culture. To me, they represent the idea that the application of reason can lead us forward. None of which explains why these puzzles are here, or who built them, but I think it shows that there must be some kind of intent behind them, perhaps a test.
Alcatraz have a weird friendship.
Because we disagree on just about everything, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, here's the secret. Al is honest. He believes what he believes because it seems right to him, not because it gives him power over others. I respect that. In fact, I prefer that to someone who agrees with me just because I'm one of the first companions.
I get that. Tell me about yourself.
I'm someone who was born a long time ago, when we couldn't afford to romanticize the past and demonize progress, when the value of human civilization was evident because it was so close to being gone. I'm someone who believes that human beings are important. Terribly, desperately important, because intelligent life is rare and precious.
As we can
I
tell.
suppose you could say I'm old-fashioned.
That's all. I didn't think I would actually come across him. Neat. Question mark. Let's go to it. It's number 4, but what is this way? Chop down trees. Blue diamond, blue triangle. Elevation. Okay. See what we have here. Well, step 1, let's get the box. Oh, this is to the exit, I see. I totally didn't see the tree. Oh, wait, right. It can go through this, which means I can get this. Oh. That's elevation. That means something needs to be raised. I can't even get in there without... Thing is, I need the green light as well. It's interesting. I don't think there's a point at which I can actually elevate this to actually work. Yes. Controls. Hold the sprint. I'm going to like that better. There we go. Solved.
Melville, what did you just upload?
A photo?
I mean, technically you're right, but...
Is that? I can't tell what that is.
How did you even manage? You're literally taking a picture with your eyes, Melville. I don't even know how to make my eyes go out of focus.
Clearly you've never listened to one of Herman's speeches.
Some of us are busy doing actual science, not just sightseeing. Thank you.
Did she upload? Hands. Interesting. City news. Calm. One research. Credit structure. Interesting. Question marks out this way.
What's up?
Solve some of these puzzles?
Oh no, please. No puzzles. I am so bad at puzzles. I barely got out of the booting process. Elohim thought I might be defective.
What's the furthest you've been from New Jerusalem?
It might be this. Although there was an expedition to a superconductor storage facility up north, incredibly well preserved, but the logistics were an absolute nightmare. Now that I think about it, there might be some of that in you.
Have you seen something like this?
Our ancestors built some pretty amazing things. Huge cities, factories, mines, monuments to their history, but nothing quite like this, no.
Tell me about yourself.
I don't know if there's much to tell.
That's a move.
Not that interesting.
Also
I'm
a
just
move.
a member of the scavenging team. Well, senior member. Lead scavenger, I guess. There's not that many of us left, to be honest, and Garrus doesn't get along with the mayor. What else? I have a cat named Bruce. I like old music. I have a collection of antique bottles. I think that's it.
Tell me about Bruce.
He's 5 years old, half goofball, half psychopath.
Sounds like a
Loves
cat.
sticking his head into things, chews cables, pees on electrical stuff. Melville banned him from her workshop, but he loves visiting her and peeing on her equipment.
Why'd you become a scavenger?
I've always loved exploration, seeing new places, that feeling that you're the first person to set foot somewhere after all this time. But you know, it's not even that. It's just seeing new things. The world is full of remarkable sights, and experiencing them changes you. It's not the same as just reading about it.
True change only comes through introspection.
But you don't know what's out there. Every time I go on another mission, I find something that surprises me, that extends my horizons in ways I couldn't have anticipated. How can you attain any wisdom if all you know is yourself? The world is so much bigger than we are. It contains things that we can't even imagine. And if we limit ourselves to our own minds, we'll never grow.
Think about that.
Who knows? I could be wrong. It's just how I feel.
How do you collect bottles?
I just find it fascinating that these fragile objects have survived for so long. Plus, they're kind of pretty.
Fair. That's all. Onwards to the question mark. Hello. What's in this? Another generator. Door we can't go open. Demons. Oh.
This is very similar to the structure where you found the schematics.
All you're going to say? Is that a map? Or a schematic? Down here.
Check out the terminals. Maybe there's something that'll help us understand who built this place. They have to have left something behind.
The supercomputer rack. Getting Fallout vibes, but just no people. Show me that again, please. Thank you. Interesting. 4.2 kilo year event. From BT Anthropocene Dilemmas. The Akkadian Empire, forged in violence by Sargon the Great and his sons, reigned supreme over the city-states of Old Summer, enriched by trade with distant lands. Technically that's Sumer. Or something. I don't know, I can't read. Fed by the pleasant wheat fields of Mesopotamia, the empire bestrode the world with confidence and pride. Who could oppose the chosen of Anu and Enlil, the masters of the four corners of the world? Then the weather changed. The crops stopped growing, trade collapsed, and the empire fell. Its capital forgotten. The most likely culprit at the time of writing is the 4.2 kilo aridification event at the beginning of the Megalian Age. A non-anthropogenic drought that may have lasted almost 2 centuries, causing many of the earliest civilizations around the planet to collapse. This is where our ordinary understanding of time measured on small scales of human history collides with the reality of deep time in our existence. Within a much bigger picture, we live on a changing planet, in a changing universe. Climatic optimists are temporary, extinction is the norm. Numbers. The Akkadians, like the more Elgarian inhabitants of the Indus Valley civilization, could not understand why the rivers dried out and rain stopped coming. Even if they could, they lacked the tools to do something about it. A few short millennia later, we are at the brink of having that understanding and those tools. What can we learn from the tragedies of the past? Error. One such drought, completely naturalogenic, would be enough to wipe out New Jerusalem for good. First companions. From when the founder awoke, leaving the garden behind forever, there were 2 more whose bodies had been anointed by the progenitor. The gold disc breathed life into them, and their names were I cannot read. Asterlis and Cornelius. The founder showed them all she had discovered. Together they explored the dead city and saw the ruins to which humankind had fallen. It was then that the founder understood that the sins of the past must not be repeated, and that only through humility could the future be saved. Aside from Cornelius and Eustace, there were 10 whose bodies the progenitor had not anointed in due time. Now it was upon the founder to complete this work and begin resurrection. In this matter, Cornelius proved of great assistance. After many tribulations, the 10 were brought to life, and these 12 that were born after the founder are called the first companions. These were their names: Astasius, Cornelius, Aurora, Sun, Serbai, Brian, Mephilis, Yemel, Hypatia, Neomph, Benaroya, and Lif Rasia. It's funny how you can take something that's 90% true and 10% false and create something that's 100% misleading. Failed to load profile, failed to load comment. Neoma Project 2. Successfully, so far so good. Failed. Unknown error in calculations. Better cooling systems than necessary. Interesting. I don't think there's anything else in here. Those are the only doors down here. Didn't see any up top. One in there, that's just server space. No doors up here. Interesting. Lab. Question mark, and there's number 4. Let's go to number 4. We still need to figure out the other puzzle here. That's the green box. That 3 is closer. What is that? Hello.
Whether it is true that Daedalus constructed the giant Talos, or as others say he was the creation of Hephaestus, what we may be certain of is that he was made of bronze and had but one vein, within which flowed a liquid substance like blood, which some claim was quicksilver, and others assert was ichor, such as flows in the veins of the gods. The loss of that liquid caused him to die, as a man dies when he loses his blood. May we not then say that Talos, though created as a machine or a toy, had all the essential properties of a man? He moved of his own volition, he spoke and could be spoken to, had wishes and desires. Indeed, in the tale of the Argonauts, that was the cause of his downfall. If then a machine may have all the properties of a man, and act as a man while driven only by the ingenious plan of its construction and the interaction of its materials according to the principles of nature, then does it not follow that man may also be seen as a machine?
Yeah.
This contradicts all the schools of metaphysics. Yet even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood.
Interesting. You see, as an idiot who knows nothing about philosophy, this is still very interesting. How does one get over there? That's a question for another time. Yeah, this right here is 4. Didn't I talk to you? Yes. Alternative option. Glass so we can see. See?
The bridge ring seems to be fully charged now. Try accessing the tower, 1K.
At some point. That's how we get green, but I don't think I can see the thing from here. Well, that's a fox. Come here. It's adorable. Connecting. Founding 1. From Hypaia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 1, we finally set out from the dam today. The site that Athena and Cornelius picked for the city isn't far, but the vegetation makes the going difficult. We found the secondary supply site easily enough, thanks to Alexandra's Dearman's instructions, but while I still have to compile the detailed inventory, it seems that many of the more complex materials are in bad shape. They must have expected the simulation to fulfill its purpose a lot sooner, but then they probably expected all 12 of us to be here from day 1, not just Athena. Tonight we have to use the 2 recharging pods that we brought from the dam in 4-hour shifts, which is just as well. There's no telling what sort of critters are hiding in the undergrowth, and most of them will have to learn that our kind isn't edible. Baby steps. From the introduction to Are We There Yet?, where we came from and where we're going, and why you'll need snacks, by Valerie Contura Romeo. Sometimes people point at the last few hundred or thousand years of human history and say, look at how ugly it all is. Look at what a mess we've made. Maybe modernity was a bad idea. Maybe we should stick to living like cavemen. And I get it. It is ugly and messy, but the mistake is thinking that that where we are right now is the end point. That this is the adulthood of the human species. I mean, try to apply what you know about human development to human history. Think about babies. Babies are ugly. Admit it. We all know it. They look like tiny old people covered in mucus. They have soft heads, and they grow into children, tiny sociopaths with underdeveloped brains. And then they become teenagers, pimply, self-righteous lunatics driven by hormones. And then, slowly, if you're lucky, they gradually become adults. The development of the human individual is always ugly and messy, but that's the point. It's development towards something. The same applies to humanity as a whole. On a geological scale, we've barely just come into existence. We've gotten through the baby phase, just about survived our childhood, but we're barely teenagers. Stopping here would be disastrous, and a betrayal of everything that we could still become. We may feel the weight of history on our shoulders, but this is just the prologue. To put it in pop culture terms, we haven't even made it out of the tutorial yet. Just because it's all pimples and hormones and frustration right now doesn't mean it's ever going to change. The Dead City, from Considerations of Beginnings and Endings by Elwyn, 258. I think all the time Athena spent in the Dead City changed her. I don't think she had conceived of the goal before. I think she believed fully in the naivety. There's no T there. What are my optimistic ideas of Alexandra Dreamin'? But walking through those ruins is a visceral experience, and she spent a great deal of time there looking for resources. It's the sheer amount of death that gets to me. How many animals our ancestors killed? Many to the point of extinction, entire species eradicated, sometimes for the most superficial reasons. Whenever humans arrived somewhere, death would follow. And then the great blowback, the deaths of billions of thinking beings, the extinction of humanity itself. It's too horrific to truly imagine, but I suspect the founder spent a great deal of time just doing that. That's when she must have realized that there was no way back to the growth-obsessed, all-consuming civilization of the past. Very interesting. Can't get to that question mark. To number 3, then. I wonder what happens if we solve an extra puzzle. Castling. It's just the same thing there. Wait a minute, what? Oh. There we go. What happens if I solve an extra puzzle? They'll say something. Where's it going? Hello.
Another set of golden gates. These must be connected to the ones near the megastructure.
There was a harder set of puzzles in the simulation, right? And maybe they're like that. I know 1K is probably like, yay, harder puzzles.
Hey.
To me, that sounds like error code 704. No thanks.
Interesting. Well, let us continue. Eight is this way. Then there's also the weird thing. So we have that floating there. That's green. But what is up here? Because we have to be able to get that green over somehow. Because hold on, let me do this. Yeah, I don't think I can see it from here. But I feel like I have to be able to see it from another puzzle. That's why it's in the air. Put another question mark out this way. Yeah, there. Over this way is where the light thing is. The woman holding the cube. There. Just gotta find my way over there. 8 is down this way. There was a green thing. There's also green here. Entanglement. This may actually be the actual place. Box. Trying to figure out the meta puzzle. Huh. This technically solves it, but doesn't keep it solved. Okay, so we have a box, nectar. Still too short. Well, height's correct, but it's over there somewhere. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, so it's just about straight this way. Going to see her. Holding a box with a green, right? That's what's on that. Green. What that is, it's green. And I feel like this puzzle is a part of it, because they love the meta puzzles in these. You gotta be able to see the box, which this area may be preventing. Like how it's designed. Trees in the ways, there's a lot of shit in my way. I actually see the thing. This. Now, before I break... Oh. Puzzle technically isn't solved just yet. Solve it.
Odd. 1K solved all the puzzles in this area, but nothing happened. There was a brief blip in the system, though. Maybe it'll do something later. There has to be some sort of point.
Let's not trap ourselves, for one. What I need to be able to see that. What I wanted. Connections. Put that there. That was the lever. And that. Yep. What is it doing? It's fire. Solve that. Now I gotta get back over there. Happened here. I'll talk to you in a second, Alcatraz. What is this? All one.
When the first man picked up the first stone, he did not do so to forge a tool. He did so to smite his brother.
One Pandora.
That was more like a recording. The entity didn't appear, and the system didn't react either.
Interesting.
Stars. Another reflection of the simulation.
Yes. Alcatraz.
What can I do for you?
What could these puzzles mean?
Well, puzzles, or trials, as Elohim calls them, were used as part of the process that created the Founder, and they're still part of how we're born. They symbolize the human ability to understand the world and solve problems. But nowadays, they don't have a practical application. They are a common motif in the arts, though. The only physically existing puzzles I can think of are in the Museum of the Simulation. So, to answer your question, no idea.
What do you think of this place?
I don't know. It's obviously impressive, but I think we should be very careful. We're dealing with powers we don't really understand.
What does the goal mean to you?
To me, it means accepting a certain amount of humility. Our ancestors thought they could master the world with no regard for any other organisms. They failed to see themselves as part of a greater whole. I think the Founder realized where they went wrong and tried to offer us a different path. A path where we have a place in this world, but the world is not ours.
What do you think about the lab I found?
I think the only reason to build a lab in so remote a location is because you're trying to hide what you're doing. Or because what you're doing is dangerous.
That's so fair. Tell me about yourself.
Me?
Yes, you.
Well, I was born when New Jerusalem was a lot smaller than it is now. And there was a lot of work to do. I wasn't really interested in technical stuff, engineering and so on, but I was good at keeping things organized. So I got involved with the administration side of things. Making sure the scavenging teams focused on the right materials, keeping track of our energy usage, that sort of thing. I think we've accomplished what the Founder wanted us to, and I'm proud that I helped make that happen. Byron doesn't see it that way, obviously, but I think sometimes he gets so lost in his dreams that he forgets to look at the real world.
Do you consider Byron a friend?
Of course. My best friend, in fact.
Oh.
And someone I've worked with hundreds of times over the centuries. A good person who cares about the world and the people in it. I just also think he's wrong about everything and extremely annoying.
But he likes ignoring you. I like that you can disagree and still be friends. Your friends disagree. I like that you can disagree and still be
The
friends.
Founder taught us that we must never lose track of other people's humanity, even if they disagree with us. We're all in this together.
Unfortunately.
Even if we can't always see eye to eye.
That is all. Anyways, let's go to the question mark. And then we can enter the tower, because I think that's everything around here. Minus the other question mark we can't get to. At least I don't think we can. Didn't look like we can. I'll investigate. This is going to be a bitch to upload. Another handheld. More reading. Palm reader. Lifisar, I can't. From the Lives of the First Companions by Randolph, 777. If the thought, God, I hate my speech, is perhaps the most mysterious of the First Companions, a wanderer and mystic by nature, he would venture far from New Jerusalem on his own, recording his thoughts as he explored harsh and distant lands. These recordings garnered him a group of devoted followers to whom he tried to impart his wisdom. 5358. In the troubled time following the Founder's disappearance, I'm going to call him Lif. Lif and his disciples set out on a journey to reach the opposite end of the world by foot. They have not been heard from since.
There is a pleasure in arriving on this island. The pleasure of being the first to step foot here in hundreds of years. It is a genuine pleasure, and yet it is also banal. My presence here is of no more significance than that of every other animal. These rocks do not care who walks here, and the millennia between the presence of our ancestors and my brief journey are nothing to them. But even putting it this way is wrong. It is not that the rocks do not care, it is that in some sense they do not exist. I may stand in awe of the cliffs on the southern coast, but the cliffs cannot look back at me with contempt. They cannot do anything at all.
I assume this is another one of Pandora's puzzles. Recording of Lif and an object recording too. I know he's one of our first companions, but I don't actually know that much else about him. I don't think I've ever seen him around either. Can someone explain? Lif always had an unusual perspective, even from the very beginning. He traveled a lot and sometimes leaving for years. He built kind of mobile recharging station so he didn't need to come back to the city as often, although it was quite risky as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. They had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary and exploration was necessary to him. Lif would record his thoughts as he explored and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries, he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples if you prefer. In the period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed into the unknown, and we haven't heard from them since. The recording I found, one of those published back in the day? No, not as far as I can tell. Perhaps it's something he decided to shelve, or something he only shared with close friends like Athena. Thank you, that was informative. Inspired by the simulation, solving puzzles related to the monuments Pandora, Prometheus, and the Sphinx. Perhaps these stars are somehow related to what Yakut dubbed the astronomical. Yeah, fuck it. I can't read. You can read text on the screen. Fuck off. That guy is out in the middle of the water. See if we can't go around to him. Or at least get a closer look. But I don't have a inkling on how to advance this one. Hello, that's a new particle effect. Okay, shallow.
One of those monuments.
Yeah, I saw that. Shallows are fine. Light is pointing that way. I don't see anything to connect here. It's pointing that way. Just about one tick to the left of south. Okay. What if I just keep going this way around everything? Is there anything out here? Will it stop me at some point? Like a wall to stop me. I can just go around, and then there's another wall to stop me. There's a tricycle. Find an ancient human artifact. Rain bicycle with 3 wheels, perhaps intended for children or pet. Yeah, meanwhile, a bear riding a tricycle. Okay, so yeah, there is secret shit hidden around out here. More stuff to find at some point. Well, then let's go... Oh, this is going to be fun, trying to get all the achievements in this, isn't there? How many achievements are in this game? 59. It's the rarest percentage. 3.4. Help Rand get elected mayor. This may take multiple playthroughs, and I may not do it if it requires that. Because I think, like, some game, like, a game like this is meant to be played once, unfortunately. Oh, this is art. A game like this is supposed to be played once, because you're supposed to go through it and think while you play it. It is philosophy. Like, if you can come back to it years down the road and you've changed, might be a good experience. Maybe you see how you've changed. But you have my answers here in digital form. These VODs will exist until, well, YouTube decides they don't. Yep, just the Golden Gate. I think we need more puzzles solved in other areas to open that gate. I believe it will have 2 dots since it had 1 earlier. Alright, what do we do here? Okay, so I have pieces here.
I don't know if this is relevant, but St. Edwald believed that Tetramenos represented the name of God and God's ability to reshape the world.
True, but he was also mad as a hatter.
One man's madness is another man's genius.
I don't think these guys know what Tetris is. go. I see. Yeah, I don't see. I see.
When I was booted up, I was terrible at the Tetromino arrangers.
Those were actually the only ones I was good at. What? I'm just saying.
Well, what is this place, and what can we do to get that? Guess we'll find out. Be. See if it's south, one to the left. Should then be. No, that'd be north, one to the left as well. Maybe it's something on the other side of the lake. What is this?
Is that some kind of anti-gravity?
I'm not sure. Could be, I guess.
Up we go. Oh, there goes the encoder.
In the beginning, the gods shaped humankind out of the clay of the earth and gave them life with their own breath. But who is closer to perfection? The creator or the created?
What are you talking about, lady? The creators, they became... because they came from nature. They're created because they came from art, not chaos. They are the same, or they share the same breath. Neither, they cannot be compared. Neither, because perfection is impossible. Perfection is relative.
Improvement makes straight roads, but the crooked roads, without improvement, are roads of genius. When Prometheus saw that humankind was more alike in nature to the gods than to the animals, he stole the secret of fire from Olympus and shared it with the mortals. Was his theft justified?
Yes, because knowledge belongs to all. Yes, because parents should not leave their children helpless. No, fire was not for humankind to have. No, because knowledge must be earned, not given. Zeus did not create fire. It was not his to own in the first place.
You have forgotten that all deities reside in the human breast. Angered by the betrayal of Prometheus, Zeus punished humankind by creating Pandora. He gave her a box, and when she opened it, from inside escaped sorrow and suffering. All that remained within was hope. What does this mean?
Hope may still be found if you are willing to look for it. Zeus intended for humankind to have hope. It should have been released. Hope is itself an evil, like sorrow and suffering. We are lucky it did not escape. Zeus intended for humankind not to have hope, so it remained trapped. We suffer, but we do not anticipate it. This is a blessing, as Zeus intended it.
Those who seek hope should ask themselves why it was imprisoned with the world's evils. Creature of clay, you stand before the fire. Will it make you whole, or will it destroy you? Consider the shadows cast by the flame, but do not mistake them for truth.
Guys, look at my stream. The beam 1K activated is connecting to the pyramid.
That looks like a massive amount of power.
We need to talk about what just happened. Thoughts?
I'd say there are two distinct issues here. What is the being 1K spoke to, and what is the function of the beam?
Let's start with the Sphinx.
It seems similar to the apparition in New Jerusalem. Presumably the same technology.
What I'd like to know is what we're dealing with, ontologically speaking. Was this a sentient being or some kind of recording?
It seemed to react to what I was saying. I'm not sure. The interaction wasn't long enough? I don't think so. Some kind of security system. I'm not sure.
Let's skip that issue for now. What really matters here is what it was trying to achieve by asking those questions.
Seems sort of threatening, to be honest. It was testing me. No idea. I think it's just being cryptic to annoy me. I have no idea. It honestly did feel a bit threatening.
Really? I didn't parse it that way. I thought she was just challenging you.
That's an interesting thought. There's clearly some sort of testing component to this place. You solve the puzzles, you get access to the towers, you enable a beam, and if you do it 3 times, you get access to the megastructure.
Maybe, but why?
I don't know. It's a mystery. Don't you like mysteries, Al? Everybody likes a good mystery.
You know what I like? Certainty.
Come on, Al, live a little. We should be careful. We don't know that these apparitions are benign. We're all doomed. We don't know if they're
I don't
benign.
disagree, but I still think we should proceed.
What else
1K,
is there to do here?
Keep solving puzzles.
You got it,
The
boss.
rest of you, as you were.
As you were, stupid idiots. Kidding. Anyways, down. Alrighty. Map. There's a golden gate in the second area as well. Gold puzzles. Oh, so we must come back here. And we only have 1 out of the 2 stars. I'm going to see if I can't figure out this other star before I leave. Pretty sure if I go towards the south, this way, I'll find it, but I don't think it's on this central island. I think it's across the water. That's where the beam coming from him was pointing. I gotta see a speedrun of this game at some point. Because you know people have optimized the text. There's something right over there. That may be what I'm looking for. Just have to get across the water to it. Second, I thought one of these trees were across. Something right there. What are
We're
you?
done here for now. Let's head over to the next site.
That's what you think, buddy. Whoa. Hey, buddy, where are you going? Following a will-o-wisp. Typically, not a good idea. Go, it was over here. I don't see the blue light over there anymore. There it is at the gate. Hey, buddy, what's up? Ross. Headed straight for the statue. I don't know how deep I'm allowed to go in this water. Hey, buddy. Up you go. Another star. Self one of Prometheus.
Must be balanced. When good is weighed against evil, tip the scale.
Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Was this always here? Well, at least I figured out what to do without that. And that should be everything in this area, then. Minus the Golden Gate puzzles, which we will get back to eventually. Let's head out. Yeah, we've been live for 3 hours and we only finished one area. We need to check something. Yeah, that's hot. Me wondering how much this is killing my GPU. Granted, I look over to OBS and there's no rendering and encoding lag, so I think we're fine overall. Maybe when the 50 series comes out, we'll get a new computer in total. Alright, let's see. How the hell do I get out of here? Oh, I am lost because I am dumb. The exit this way? Somewhere over here. Sure, I'll figure it out. That's directly above me, isn't it? Yep. Alright. Well, those birds sound not real. That's because birds aren't real. That's not what... Put that in. I'm fucking lost. Lost. If I find the central walkway. Here it is. Send me to the next area. Wooded Plateau. Travel to East 2. Off we go! Oh shit. I love how they could just have that looping as a GIF, but no, they added an actual loading screen.
I'm sure you're all excited to check out the next site. But while you're there, remember that I'm still trying to fix the rest of the transport system. Maybe there's another one of those labs that 1K found. If there is, look for more documentation, please.
Cathedral. Oh. 8 puzzles. And mysterious things. And cliffs we can jump off of. 2 triangles, and if I look at the map, a lab in the golden area, and 2 stars. Palm Reader. World Spirit. The World Spirit. What is it that drives historical processes? It's easy to dismiss the idea of the great man, or the great woman for that matter, when clearly so much is determined by resource distribution, pre-existing political structures, and the randomness of the universe itself. But is there no space at all for the individual in all of this? Are there not moments when, in Hegelian fashion, an individual may represent the world spirit itself? Was Napoleon history on a horseback, or not? Or is it, or that itself, another form of determinism? From Augustus to Napoleon, from Lincoln to Lenin, there are individuals whose actions seem to drive rather than merely be driven by history. They make bold choices, for good or ill, that transform entire societies. Or do they? We like to blame them for their failures, but are they not ultimately just expression of a historical moment? But if they are, where is the space for human agency? It sometimes seems to me that all human history has been that one struggle, to carve out a space for free choice against the tides of history. And heroes and tyrants, pick and choose examples as you will, are both equally a reflection of that. A greater goal then ought to be to extend that freedom to the maximum number of people, to become captains of our own fate, as much as that is possible in this universe. Founding 2. From Hapia's Journal, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 14. Mel and Yimel went back to the dam to get more charging equipment. They've not returned yet. Which means that we're stretched a little thin, since we're still posting guards at all times. But those large herbivores haven't come back yet, and at any rate, Eustace assures us that they're non-aggressive, but it's better not to take any chances, not when there's so few of us, and so many of them. Athena and Cornelius and Eustace spend most of their time drawing up plans and arguing, in a friendly manner, but still arguing. The rest of us are managing to tune them out pretty well. It's like background noise after a while. We've started construction of the first habitat. It's going to be a temporary structure for now, but we'll be glad to get out of the rain. And Trevor again.
So, what are you doing here, Trevor? Why are you trying to save the world? Well, look, I think humanity is awesome. I love humanity. As a species, we're great. I mean, our track record is pretty mixed, but have you seen everyone else? I mean, what did you do today, animal? Oh, I ate some leaves, sniffed my own butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. Or, you know, I tore this other animal limb from limb, sniffed my friend's butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. They really don't do anything interesting. I mean, you don't see animals directing Big Trouble in Little China. Birds can go tweet, tweet, but it ain't exactly the White Album. I mean, they can't even make a good cheeseburger, for Christ's sakes. They have no art, no cuisine, no pleasure. Animals are nice to look at, but you wouldn't want to be one. Except maybe a cat. I could be a cat.
There are arguments to what he just said, but I get it. Anyway, somebody was over here. Where'd they go? I saw somebody scanning something. Where are they? I want to talk to you. Where'd you go? Hello? Al?
What can I do for you?
What do you make of the Sphinx?
Whatever that being is, it told us that we stand before the fire. That can only be a warning, and I think we should take it seriously. We don't want another New Alexandria.
That's all. Stand before the fire. The fire of knowledge, such as Prometheus. Interesting. To the puzzle! Away! Mutual aid. Okay. Thriller. Well then. Oh, hi. Jammer. Simple answer is usually not the answer. Ah, I see. This just tells us how this is used. I wonder if I can grab that through here. Yes, I can. Some walls do not like this thing. Okay. Well, that's puzzle 1, technically 2, but eh. Definitely a cathedral.
I can't help but notice that many of these structures are not strictly functional. There's a sense of aesthetics, of beauty here. This place might be meant to test us somehow, but perhaps there's more to it than that.
Bless. You don't even know what that means of what you just said, yeah, and? Should we say why we hate this guy? Question mark and number 3. Number 3 is drifting faster. It means it's closer. This. Ah. Branches. Here's the entrance. Back up. Okay. I can't go through this, right? Oh, hi. I didn't even see that. Okay. Grab this. Alright. Do that. Because these... yeah, no. Blocked by bars. We have a RGB. Adjust that. There we go. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Like I said, I only assume these get harder. I will fry my brain over this game.
Why puzzles? Is it just their symbolic value because of our history? Because the thing about puzzles is they can be solved. But if this is about testing us, what are we being tested for? It can't just be about spatial reasoning.
Our curiosity? Our persistence?
You're assuming that this place follows a coherent logic. My impression is that it's full of contradictions.
Or it's just a place. The Sphinx is trying to tell us something, but I've already forgotten what she said because I am brainlet. What's over here at this question mark? Question mark is over wall. How to go up the wall? This is something up there. Triangle. Keeping connections. Okay. Can't grab that from here. That's interesting. What's over here? Another red dot and the exit. Can't see those two from here. I get in here though. That does pass through these grates. I can't grab this. Angles don't work out for that. Keeping connections. Can't crouch in this game. There's no crouch button. Oh. I can only assume that if I could get to that... That's the issue right now. I can't connect these. Because if I pick this up, it drops. Disconnect this, which is a problem. I may have to come back to this. No way to keep these. Huh. Because again, I can't do anything here. As it seems, at least. I need this door open. I'll have to come back here when I feel like I have a bit more brain power. It is an extra puzzle, but we will solve extra puzzles. But, for the meantime, let's see if we can't solve actual puzzles that we can solve, rather than... Because I'd rather do the easy ones, the ones I can solve, and then try to think out the harder ones later. Alright. Placement. That's not takeable, no. You. Here. You. Okay. What's this button do? Hello. Grab this. Place that there. Grab this. Oh, that's that. Okay, hold on. No, I see. That's the answer. This should be called keeping connections. This here, turn that on, and then you use this where it's pointing. There you go.
Well done, 1K.
Thank you, Al. Question marks? Puzzles and trials. Nope. Relayed your responses to my friends, and they have reached certain conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? Yes, go ahead. Now you're new, so let me fill you in. Your arrival marks the moment of New Jerusalem's maturity, and there are differences of opinion about what ought to become. Naturally, there are people working quietly behind the scenes, in an advisory capacity, trying to guide our city to prosperity. People who know things, which would only scare or confuse the average citizen. I have 5 such friends who expressed to me their interest in getting to know you. Who are these people? I can't yet tell you their names, but I can tell you a little about them. First is an engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. The second is a scholar of some repute. Thinks big questions have answers in our code. The third is, well, it's hard to pin down. A practitioner, let's say, of the esoteric arts. The fourth is a member of the political establishment. And the fifth, well, the less I say about them, the better for everyone. So, is there someone you think you would make a good match? One that's hard to pin down. Ah. You're many things, noob, but you're not hard to pin down. Your answers to my questions and our observations of your behavior elsewhere have given us a massive amount of data. It's clear there's only one person I should put you in touch with. You've shown a commitment to scientific progress and the pursuit of the truth. Your support would mean a great deal to my friend from engineering. She's no kind of expert on the human condition, but she's dedicated to analyzing how the world works and using that knowledge to shape our future for the better. Are you happy? Are you happy for me to put you in touch? Yes, please do. Okay, I'll send an introduction in due course. Get involved behind the scenes. Very interesting. Trying to go to number 7 here. Ah, how many trees? How many question marks, too? What is this out here? Jeez, this place is massive. Part of me feels like this would be a great VR game. Where is your entrance? There we are. Fully off the path, but that's somebody. Hey buddy, how's it going? About to enter a puzzle.
Hey 1K, what's up?
What do you think the towers are for?
Maybe they're for powering up the megastructure? Or maybe they just open it, like keys. Why? No idea. But aren't they gorgeous? Just incredible feats of engineering.
Right there, buddy. Right, they're beautiful.
I don't know who built this place, but whoever they were, they must have had a purpose. Making something so beautiful feels like a statement of intent.
That's all. I mean, cathedrals were built as a place of worship. Anyways, to the puzzle! Eye of the Needle. Thriller. Interesting. I can't, what's over here? Double interesting. Huh. Oh wait, box. Damn that, since that's the only thing that can happen here. Up and over. Oh, there's the blue dot. else over here? I think it's jamming. It is. Connector. That one. Get the box first. There we go. Full complete. There's like a question
You know
mark.
something that's weird about these puzzles?
Hmm.
They're not replicas of the simulation puzzles, like the ones in the museum.
Wasn't there an artist who did an exhibition a few years ago that involved new puzzles of some kind?
That was Barzai. It was called Trials of an Imagined Past. I tried to get you to come along. You thought it would be boring.
Were they similar?
No, not at all.
Was it boring?
I thought it was interesting.
Anyway, let's talk to Mel. I think you're Mel. Yeah, hi Mel. Melville.
What is it?
Their evaluation of the megastructure.
It's big. It's too big.
Hmm.
And it's got a lot of energy running through it.
Okay.
Frankly, I think we should be pooping our robot pants. See, that's what I mean about the language libraries. Pooping our pants. Really?
Ever look at one of those labs?
I did. It's interesting. The tech is a bit older, but it's been heavily modified to be more efficient. And it's not the kind of hack job you'd expect either. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. We could probably learn something from them.
Where did all this tech come from?
I guess it could be discarded New Jerusalem tech. The mayor made us throw away a bunch of stuff that was perfectly fine, if you ask me.
How did he do that?
I'm not sure. I'll check to see if I can find any serial numbers, and I'll get back to you.
Any progress on the particle clouds?
Yes, but I'm not liking the results.
What are the results?
Confusing, irritating, infuriating. Take your pick.
I hear you're a big fan of the guy's cat.
Listen, one day that furry little demon is gonna pee on the wrong cable, and all of New Jerusalem will just turn off. Forget about the megastructure. He's the biggest threat to our security.
Tell me about yourself.
Founders, pistons. You want my autobiography now?
Sure.
Fine. I'm one of New Jerusalem's chief engineers. I'm in charge of city maintenance and power management. I'm old as dirt, although not quite as old as that fossil Byron. In short, old, grumpy, keep stuff running.
Have any hobbies?
Hobbies? You think I have time for hobbies?
There.
That's cute. If I had time for hobbies, all of you would be dead.
Really?
Did you have another question?
That's all. Talk to each member of your team. Yeah. Question mark. Oh. Pandora's box. Another green. Somewhere out that way. Maybe 5, 1, 6. Maybe 8, since it's right there. What's this question mark that was over here? This one. This must be the other triangle. Yep. Loop. Okay. That probably turns on the fan. We'll connect them. Do anything. Huh. Pick this. Now what that technically does for me, I don't know. All I know is that I have a box now. I have an idea. Oh, and I can't go through this. Thought I would continue facing forwards. Have I unfortunately fucked shit? Yeah, but unfortunately fucked shit. Now it's in there. This is a predicament. There's no crouch. I can't... There's no way to crouch. I can hold X to reset, though. Good. I think I was right. How I did this. I think this was right. The name of the puzzle is Loop. Why would this be a part of the solution, though? This just puts me back at square one. Because I can't enter and exit this without the connection from that. I'll have to come back to this one as well. Let's see. Let's go to number 8. And remember where Pandora is. I think Pandora... Yeah, Pandora's at the top of this hill. Trees may be in the way of Pandora here. Seesaw. Hole in the wall anywhere will work. This one is blue. Thing is, I don't think I can manipulate this from the other side of the wall. Do this, the beams get crossed. Seesaw, one and then the other. Wait a minute, I'm stupid. Bring this over here first because it can be used between the walls. Up. New plan. There we go. Now grab this. There we go. I'm just an idiot. Ugh. There she goes. There's no green here, so this is not the puzzle needed for it.
Particle clouds, Melville. It's pretty clear they're integral to how all of this functions.
I've gathered a lot of data, but I still have a lot of numbers to crunch before I can give you an answer. And I can't guarantee that my answer won't be another question. I'm glad we don't get headaches.
Yeah, this puzzle's not the one for Athena. Let's see... Oh, let's see here. More data entries. The New Theology, 1. From the New Theology by George Berman Shaw. The object of the whole evolutionary process is to realize God, that is to say, instead of the old notion that creation began with a God, a personal being who, being perfect, created something lower than himself, the aim of the New Theology is to turn that process the other way and to conceive of the force behind the universe as working up through imperfection and mistake to a perfect, organized being having the power to fulfill its highest purposes. In a sense, there is no God as yet achieved, but there is that force that work making God, struggling through us to become an actual organized existence, enjoying what to many of us is the greatest conceivable ecstasy, the ecstasy of a brain and intelligence, actually conscious of the whole and with executive force capable of guiding it to a perfectly benevolent and harmonious end. That is what we are working on. Neum, from the Lives of the First Companions by Rudolph Sevens. Randolph, that's not Rudolph, Randolph. After these events, Neum decided to consult the writings of the ancients, but while philosophy and religion interested her, it was art in all its forms that came as a revelation. To her delight, she discovered that meaning was not something constructed purely out of logic or will, but that it could also be found in stories, that even when the characters and the events of a story were not factual, they had validity and weight as if they were somehow real after all. She was astonished that such a profound experience was freely available to all humans, but concerned that too few took advantage of it. So she set out to enrich the inner lives of her fellow citizens by promoting the arts, starting with the legacy of Gehenna. Built a profile. Nihim sounds nice. I would love to meet her one day. She must know more about New Jerusalem art history than anyone. When we do, remind me to explain how to pronounce her name. The default setting in the language libraries are wrong. Leviathan. From the Introduction to Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes. Nature. The art whereby God has made and governs the world is by the art of man, as in many other things, so in this also imitated that it can make an artificial animal, for seeing life is but a motion of the limbs, the beginning whereof is in some principal part within. Why may we not say that all automata, engines that move themselves by springs and wheels, as does a watch, have an artificial life? For what is the heart but not a spring, and the nerves but not so many strings, and the joints but so many wheels, giving motion to the whole body such as was intended by the artificer? Art goes yet further, imitating the rational and most excellent work of nature, man. For by art is created the great Leviathan, called a commonwealth, or state, in Latin cavitas, which is but an artificial man, grew of greater stature and strength than the natural, for whose protection and defense it was intended, and in which the sovereignty is an artificial soul, as giving life and motion to the whole. Lastly, the pacts and the covenants, by which the parts of this body politic were at first made, set together and united, resemble that fiat, or the let us make man, pronounced by God in the creation. It's obvious that Hobbes has read Stratton and I can't speak English yet, it's the only language I know. Extrapolating the Talos principle to the level of the state. But unlike Stratton, all he wishes for at the end of the day is a powerful ruler to control this machine, to tell him what to do. Interesting. Five. Duet. go in here.
So these monuments represent each of the entities. Pandora, the Sphinx, and Prometheus.
Makes sense, I guess.
For a given value of sense.
Well, there's the jammer I can't reach. The drill I can't reach. This is off. Off. Oh wait, there's a lever I need to turn. Don't know what's over here. Need to jam this somehow. A jammer over here. Why did I not put the... I don't know why I play puzzle games, I just do. Give me that, but that doesn't actually do anything for me. Or does it? Okay, so now we have a second one of these. And now I have two of these. Step. Don't grab that. Aha! That is another puzzle solved. Interface content available. Oh. Hey everyone, this is the latest in my portrait series. I've always had a deep respect for the progenitor, Alexandria Dearman. She didn't just create the founder and save humanity, she also tried to instill in us a sense of beauty and wonder. It was good to be human. As usual, please keep in mind that we should focus on engagement with the work. Don't ask yourself whether it's good or bad, but how it makes you feel. Beautiful work gives me a bittersweet, wistful feeling. She must have been a great person. To me, it really captures her bravery in the face of what the cosmos had thrown at her. It's well done. I'm not Sure, it's appropriate for us to depict the progenitor in this way. Important for us to remember she was a real person. But we're real people, I believe. Her painting is wonderful, invokes her belief in a bright future, highlights her bravery in the face of death. Other people contributed too. This painting makes me sad. I agree, this really highlights her bravery in the face of death. Thank you, 1K. It's frightening to imagine having a lifespan less than 100 years, and then having that cut short even more while your world collapses. All she ever thought was about helping other people. Next. The Sphinx. Two, 4, 7. Hmm. 2, 4, 7, 8. I'll get a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. Let's see, there's no green in that one. We need a way to make green. What's in number 6 here? Passage. It's up here. Drill. Where does this send me? Up here. Another drill. There's something up there. Like a jammer. This sends me back over here. Hello. That has a floor that is... Ah, fuck. I've smuggled this. Ball? I can't tell. No. It's going to take trial and error. It fell. Jammer. Take this. It will go over here. And we solved it. No lasers in that one either. Oh, another puzzle down. Question mark.
While exploring the forest, I came across a site of primal force. A beautiful stag, standing on a hill silhouetted against the setting sun. It appeared like a messenger from some divine natural power, perhaps from Gaia herself. Even to a being such as myself, less susceptible to manipulation by instincts and hormones, it was clearly a moment of revelation. In such moments, we are told to avert our eyes. But what if we do not? What will we discover if we look more closely? If we could speak to the stag, what wisdom would it have to offer? The answer is none. The stag is an animal of overwhelming stupidity, driven only by fear, hunger, and lust. There is no abyss for us to plunge into behind this revelation. Rather, the revelation is as flat and unreal as the plywood walls of a film set.
No, I thought he was talking about look closer at the stag set behind the sunset. I was just like, retinal damage? Anyways, to the puzzle. Quantum tunneling. Great. Yep, I'll just take this take driller through its own hole. Great. But I can do this. And now I have 2 drills. Pretty sure this isn't how quantum tunneling works, but I am also not a quantum physicist. Oh, that was that puzzle. That's the 8 main puzzles here. Now we just have the stars and the extra hard puzzles. Alright. Soon they're going to say something. I'll mark her now anyways. So, Pandora then. Because that didn't have any green in it. It's a stag. Two. Oh, 8. This has red. I don't... Yeah, there's no blue and no mixer and no green in here either. I'm also missing the lab. Hey, Brian.
Hey there, 1K.
What do you make of the Sphinx?
I don't know what she is, ontologically speaking, but those questions she asked reinforce my belief that we're being tested, or perhaps analyzed.
I feel like analyzed is more appropriate here. There's a question mark there. How's that leading? That just leads up to that. Does that lead to... Fuck. Where does this start? It starts back over here. Hard to follow a white line against a white sky. Up here, right next to puzzle 3. Question is, what color do I need to zap up there? Probably the green. Make it easier by having access to everything right here. Just the hole. Oh, hello. Now that it's green, we can follow this to wherever it goes. It's a lot easier to see now. Past the Sphinx. The door is to our right. There's a question mark over here as well. There's Pandora. There, but I can't adjust this, I don't think. This question mark over here. Lost it. Something below me? Oh, hello.
Looks like you found another lab.
It does. Wormholes.
Wow, that's a lot bigger than I expected.
That sounded like
What were they
breathing.
doing here?
And who are they?
Come on, reader. Stratton's ideas. Fragment from Stratton's On the Origin of Thought, as quoted in a commentary by Simplicus of Cilia. Stratton to say that material things are brought into being by ideas is to flatter ourselves, which is an error philosophers are particularly prone to, because it raises those who think above those who do. Then what is the truth that does not flatter? That the reverse is true. Ideas are brought into being by matter, and so each man's ideas are shaped by the world that surrounds him, as clay is shaped by its mold. Those who live in mountains fear cold, those who live in desert fear thirst. The Athenians are shaped by Athens, and the Lacedaemonians by Sparta. And likewise, it is for all peoples. But may ideas, if we take each man to be an idea, not by deliberate action after the shape of the mold, as you put it. To discover a method for accomplishing this is the chief purpose of philosophy, my friend. Footnotes. The newly discovered Herculean manuscript, likely a lost part of the Barcoici collection, contains an additional passage that differentiates between pneuma, the individual mind or spirit described as an energy arising from matter, and ideas, which are produced by the pneuma, or that's just pneuma, because pneuma, as it interacts with the material world. Philosophy is useless if it offers no way of changing things. At least Stratton tried, and didn't lie to himself. How can we change the shape of the mold? Stratton never says. Perhaps by demonstrating the fact that the other shapes are possible. We can't change it all ourselves, but perhaps we could, like Alexander Dührmann, create the conditions for change. Normal Project 3. Revision to previous setting fixes malfunctions. But what was the error? Cooling systems improved. Easy to destroy, harder to create. So easy to optimize, only one aspect. Insufficient energy needed for trials. Schematica. I was not expecting
the world
this.
is a wonderful place. Every day we take
Miranda.
another step forward. Every day we come closer to the truth. The closer we get, the more I can see the beauty of the universe, the intricate perfection of its mechanisms. I am a machine, and the universe is a machine. Every part of me serves a purpose, or I could not be myself. I could not be Miranda, because that specific person could not exist without those specific parts and their specific functions. In the same way, every part of the universe serves a purpose. I think that is what we were meant to discover here.
Who is Miranda? Oh. Variance data stream overload. Incoming group call.
1K. You just connected to an extremely powerful data stream. Are you all right?
I had a vision.
Yes, you were streaming. We all saw something. You're lucky it didn't fry your motherboard. Please, everyone, let's be careful with these terminals from now on.
Yes, let's all try not to die. More importantly, who the hell is Miranda?
See, she gets it.
There's no one by that name in New Jerusalem. I just searched the database.
They were the people who built this place.
A new person. Someone we've never heard of before. Someone born outside the city. We have to find out more.
But where did they come from? And how many people does it take to build something this huge?
Like I said, we need to find out more.
Well, you'll be happy to hear that I'm about to fix another part of the transport system. Thanks for the files, 1K. I hope they didn't fry your brain.
Cheese? What's cheese? Cheese. Is there anything else in here? That's the exit. Locked. Palm Reader. Untitled Draft. The Endwald identified the tetromino with the tetragrammaton and the Greek word for God, because to him the mathematical properties of the tetromino reflected God's abilities to reshape the world without breaking its laws. Elohim, in his desire to impose meaning on the simulation, which was his primary function as storyteller after all, took Endwald's hierarchical ideas and integrated them as the sigils of his name. But despite all the layers of obfuscation, there is some kind of truth hidden in all of this. The world really is, in a sense, made up minute parts that can be combined and recombined without breaking the underlying laws. Everything that exists is made of the same fundamental materials, and those materials are brought into existence by the same fundamental functions of reality. And yet, the miracle of existence is that we are not all one, but in fact radically different and separate. New Alexandria, from the Book of Reminiscence and Regret, by Eustace. In the early days of our people, a great deal of responsibility fell on my shoulders. There were few of us then, and though we are stronger and hardier than any human, we are not invincible. The world was an overgrown ruin, and our resources extremely limited. It was a harsh time, but I felt passionate about the work, fired up by many sacrifices that had brought us here. From the Ian team to the people of Gehenna, those whose code was part of my personality. Bit by bit, New Jerusalem grew. We had to adapt some of the plans Durian's team had left behind. I don't think they had expected the simulation to take as long as it did, but it was all working. That's when I made a terrible mistake. Thinking it was a way of safeguarding against disaster, I proposed the creation of a second settlement, New Alexandria. As the location was far from the dam, that powers New Jerusalem. I attempted to build a thermal power station that would take advantage of a local gas reserve. However, I foolishly used geologic data from the archive, failing to account for the amount of time that had elapsed. 5 years later, this error led to an accident that leveled the settlement and killed 31 of my fellow citizens. Of all my regrets, this is the greatest. Eustace never forgave himself for this mistake. He drifted away, isolated himself from everyone in New Jerusalem. But was it really his fault? Yes, he made a mistake. But why was the entire weight of the new Alexandria colony placed on his shoulders? A simple process of review and discussion could have prevented the entire disaster. Doesn't that mean New Jerusalem as a whole is at fault? He did his best. I feel sorry for it. But the dead remain dead. That has to be faced. Ethics of extinction. If a species we consider beautiful and remarkable goes extinct, we consider that a great evil. Dolphins, for example. If dolphins go extinct, that's a great loss. If humanity causes dolphins to go extinct, that is a crime. But if Yersinia persist, the bacteria that causes bubonic plague goes extinct, is that an equally great loss? If not, why not? To nature, there's no difference. It's just life forms. The only moral framework that allows us to choose between dolphins and the plague is a human one. What about a species going extinct without anthropomorphogenic features? Extinction is the norm. If one day dolphins are no longer capable of competing with other species, should we let them go extinct? When the sun finally dies and all life goes extinct, will that be a tragedy? If we can prevent it, should we? If you believe that extinction is acceptable when nature does it, but not when we do it, then you don't actually oppose extinction. You don't believe that dolphins are inherently valuable, that they deserve to live and thrive. You just oppose human control. You oppose your ability and responsibility to choose. Very interesting. I wish I had more people in chat so we could be philosophical. Fuck. I cannot speak worth a damn and I just ruined it. I'm gonna go outside and end this stream. Because I need to get to a save point. I don't know if this game just saves randomly. I don't know when this game saves.
I've been meaning to talk to you.
About what?
This vision you had, the data stream overload.
Yeah.
How did it feel?
Really beautiful. It was unpleasant at first, then beautiful. It was frightening, it felt threatening. It's just data, I can't explain it. I'd say that'd be unpleasant, but then you realize where you are, it's like, what the fuck?
Don't you worry that maybe your first impression was correct? And after that, your mind was basically being hijacked?
Contact with something.
Just don't take this too lightly, okay? We're sturdier than our ancestors, but a mind is still a fragile thing.
I'm gonna ask you about something else.
Go ahead.
It gives me that option, that is all. I don't even have to tell them to be careful. Oh yeah. Mystery of Miranda. Another person, not somebody from New Jerusalem. Maybe there's another city out there. Who says there was only one simulation? Maybe there was thousands of people we've never met. I really hope so. There's only one founder. Yeah, I hate to agree with Talcia, but all the historical evidence we have points to that conclusion that there were some other attempts, but as far as we know, they all went wrong or failed. There's more that we don't know than what there is that we do know. That sentence is going to make my brain crash. Why do we think Miranda is from Earth? We have no evidence to support this idea. I really don't think it's aliens, Jacques. Everything here is obviously related to New Jerusalem. I'd like to hear more about other attempts to save humanity. Some people affiliated with the Institute for Applied Pneumatics tried to set up a secondary site at another dam, but after about a century, the dam collapsed and it took whatever was happening inside that system with it. There was also a similar attempt by another organization, but without the test of free will that Alexandria devised, according to Liff, it never produced a viable mind before it ran out of power. Could there still be others out there? Theoretically, yes, but even our dam would have collapsed without extensive repairs, and even a nuclear power plant would have run out of fuel by now. All very interesting. Well, we have this, and we have a puzzle right here, and Pandora is right up there. I'm hoping this saves and we remember. Yeah. But that is going to be the stream. I hope you've enjoyed. I have. My brain is stimulated, for once, and I'm thinking things I did not want to think. As is philosophy. I don't know what else to tell you. Stop game. Saved 19 seconds ago. Good. To desktop, please. And to the ending screen. Gosh. Yeah, this game is killing the GPU. It is very hot in here, and I wish I could rearrange this room. But I cannot. Probably better if I don't. Whatever. Anyways, that was our first gander through the Talos Principle. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be stumped on a lot of this shit. But we'll see how far we can get on our own before we start looking shit up. Anyways, until next time, bye-bye. That was the wrong hotkey. Bye-bye.